Welcome to the stream. Today on Genshin Impact, most likely no Dora, also no shrooms. But the Iridescent Arataki Rockin for Life Tour de Force of Awesomeness is what we are going to be doing today. Short amount of darkness. This event only started yesterday, so I don't think we will be able to complete it today. But there is also still a huge empty gap in the map that I want to explore. So when we are done with this for today, we will be going on an exploration tour. Let's view the invitation letter. On a certain day, you and Paimon receive an invitation sent by one Arataki Ito, inviting you to take part in an event. Spurred onward by the unbridled passion within, you embark on a journey to Watatsumi Island. Wanna guess who this is from? Bingo! It's me, amigo. That's right, your best bud who's been down here in Inazuma missing you. I recently ran into a new Fontanian friend, and he said they've got a music festival called the Iridescent Tour over there. Now, yours truly instantly thought of that drum-along festival we had last time and how we drummed it up on Amakane Island, singing and scarving roasted lavender melons. Oh yeah, now those are some great memories. You haven't forgotten either, right, compadre? But yeah, it would be great if you could forget the part about the Tenryou Commission botching their job and arresting me totally by mistake. So this time, I've decided to work with my new pal and host an even bigger, even better, even wilder musical party. And it's gonna be called the Iridescent Arataki Rockin for Life Tour de Force of Awesomeness. What do you think? Doesn't the name alone just send your soul on fire? So stop dragging your feet and get your tushy on over to Watatsumi Island, cause the one and only has still got a lot to say. Be there or be square. You are a no-show and there is no show. Disclaimer. Of course, I didn't have Shinobu transcribe this for me. He totally did. Well, we don't want her to be no show, so I guess we'll be a show. Haven't been in Inazuma for a while. I feel like I say this every time we go to Inazuma. Quest marker's not there yet. Because I'm not following it? Yeah. So this is most likely, or almost definitely,
Whoa, so this is the venue, huh? Not half bad.
looks a bit empty. But I guess you're gonna fill it up, Ito. Vorak is also a name we already know, I think. Although I don't remember quite from what. Oh, there's the venue. It's a stage.
Ah, don't you worry, Jack Attack. We'll find that dog, even if it's hiding in Tenshukaku.
Are you talking about Goro?
Ito, it's just a myth.
What dog?
Whoa, compadre! And Paimon! You finally made it! Oh man, have I missed you guys. Oh, yeah, and this is Dvorak, a musician from Fontaine. Jack Attack, you know these two, right?
Hey, Mr. Dvorak, it's you!
It's so wonderful to see you both again. I feel like that lantern rite was just yesterday. How have you been?
Ah, we met him at the Lantern Rite.
Pretty good. So how did you end up hanging around with Ito? Is he helping you with the Iridescence tour now?
Oh, you better believe it, Minnie Melon. But that's only half the story. This is no ordinary Iridescence tour. Me and Jack Attack are teaming up to turn this into the Iridescent Arataki Rockin' for Life Tour de Force of Awesomeness!
Sounds a lot more exciting if you say it.
Rockin' for life? What do you know about rock and roll, bullchucker?
Huh? What, you never heard of Bull Chucker Rock before?
No.
Moo, moo, moo!
I'm leaving.
Don't try and understand it, Minnie Melon. It'll melt your mind. It's about letting loose. Come on, give us some Lavender Melon Rock.
Okay, speak for yourself, mister. Sounds like you're the one whose mind is melting.
Just to backtrack a little. What's this dog you were talking about?
Just a local legend I heard about. Apparently there was a war between the islands of Narukami and Watatsumi not too long ago. Is that right?
That is right. That's called music. Music. Yeah.
Such a waste. When will people learn? Make rock and roll, guys, not war.
A tragedy to be sure. Countless animals were affected by the fallout. A raven, a bakudanuki, a weasel thief, and many more sustained injuries.
Fair point. The animals didn't deserve that. But, and not to downplay it or anything, but didn't even worse stuff happen than that?
In the eyes of a rocker, all living things are equally important.
So did this dog get injured too?
No, the story goes that this dog was something like a ninkin. It would show up out of nowhere in the middle of a battle to rescue the injured animals and take them to safety.
Is that yet another callback to a previous event?
Rockin' and rollin' to the rescue! A king among canines! Woo! There'll always be a place for him in the Arataki gang.
Where did you hear about this?
In Rito. I was actually there while the war was going on. It inspired me to write a song about it. I was even planning to host a music festival around the same theme, but unfortunately, I couldn't convince my investors.
Oh, yeah. I heard all about that. They claimed they had to cancel their plans because of an accident at sea, but that was just a lame excuse.
Yes. They weren't optimistic about the potential return on investment. Plus, I don't know, there seemed to be some other risks they were worried about.
What kind of risks?
Good question. Risks only apparent to people with mora to throw around, I suppose.
I agree. When people have too much mora, they lose their rock and roll spirit.
They do, huh? So what do you mean by rock and roll spirit anyway?
You know, the spirit of, you rock up, rock out, roll the dice, and roll with the punches. And that sort of stuff.
Huh. By that definition, aren't the investors the most rock and roll people in this scenario?
Anyway, point is, those chumps are out, and Arataki Ito is in. I'm running the show from here on out.
Oh, yeah, right! How are you gonna fill in for the investors? Do you even have any more?
I have faith in Ito. He tells me that the Arataki gang is a small but well-known and influential organization in this area, and has even been known to rub shoulders with the local authorities. Isn't that right?
He likes to talk big. You should learn that about him.
Rub shoulders is putting it mildly. More like they're always locking horns.
Hey, don't look down your nose at the Arataki gang. I got connections, alright? Even the Tri Commission listens to what I have to say.
I doubt that.
Okay, Mr. Big Shot, whatever you say.
You can doubt it all you want, Mini Melon, but it's the truth. You know that guy in the Yashiro Commission? Well, he and I are officially bros. That's right. I'm talking about Toma, housekeeper extraordinaire. And there's the general from the Tenryo Commission, Kujo Tengu. I mean, sure, we're always ribbing each other, but it comes from a place of deep mutual respect.
Mutual? Yeah, Paimon's not so sure about that.
So what about the Kanjo Commission?
Okay, fair. No first-name contacts there. But the Arataki gang is a big contributor to the revenue stream. All those fines we pay.
Fines?
Huh? No! I mean the taxes. Yeah. But that's not all. Let's not forget my contacts outside of the Tri-Commission, huh? Amazing, talented people from all walks of life. Like the TCG legend, Ayato. Oh yeah, he's made quite a name.
Did you make that saying up?
Then there's the Fox Lady, VIP customer of Yukio's ramen stall and fellow participant in the Ramen Masters Championship. I was her only worthy opponent.
Uh-huh.
Also, you know that lonely god in Tenchukaku? Well, guess what? Turns out it was her lifelong wish to catch one of Arataki Ito's events.
You are so full of yourself.
During the Drum-Along Festival, the Tenryo Commission were worried that their almighty shogun might have too much fun and lose interest in running the government. That's why they invited me over to stay for a couple of days.
Wow, look at you! Sounds like you're really going up in the world. At this rate, you'll have made Shogun by the next time we see you. And then Paimon will have to call you Almighty Bullchucker.
Arataki gang never ceases to amaze.
Well, I'll admit I heard a few exaggerations there myself, but regardless, Ito has helped me secure a venue for this event, and for that, I owe him my thanks.
How did he secure it?
It's nothing. Don't mention it. My bro Goro sorted it all out for me. Let's both go thank him later.
I thought your dog was lost.
Wait, you know Goro?
Yup. I always knew him as General Goro of the Resistance Fighters. But I had no idea there was more to the story. Turns out, he has another identity.
What other identity?
You've, heard of Miss Hina, right?
Yes, I've heard of that identity.
Miss Hina, so you...
Hey, no need to yell, all right? Yes, Miss Hina. She's the one who told me. After falling for the Tenryo Commission's tricks at the Drum-Along Festival, I figured I'd find a new location this time, somewhere out of their reach, like, here, for example. So I wrote Miss Hina a letter, asking if she knew anything about the procedure for holding an event on Watatsumi Island. She wrote me back right away and said I could ask Watatsumi Island's general for help, and that his name was Goro. I was like, what? General Goro is the general of all Watatsumi Island?
That was close. Paimon's with you now, but what did you think General meant?
What do you mean? Isn't it like one general per squad or something?
That's called a captain.
Really? Huh. Well, either way, if it wasn't for Miss Hina, I never would have known. Pretty rock and roll, huh?
So you did not make the connection then. The secret is still safe with us. Ha 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 ha. So rock and roll.
All right. Good chat, compadre. I just remembered I got a meeting with Goro coming up. Gonna ask him about that dog situation. Gonna have to love you and leave you for now.
Sure you don't want us to join? We could help.
You guys focus on having a blast here at the festival. I think I can handle this little canine conundrum.
I don't think you can.
There's still a few days left until the big party, so not everything's set up yet. But the jam zone and the roasted lavender melon zone are ready for action.
The roasted lavender melon zone looks very professional.
Have fun, compadre. Gotta dash.
And so he dashed, incredibly slowly.
What a character. Kind of admire his enthusiasm, though.
That's all he has.
Well, it looks like it's just the three of us for now. Why don't I show you the jam zone to start with?
Please do. This ain't your daddy's Iridescent tour. Shinobu, where are you to stop all this from happening?
Here we are. I've supplied musical scores and instruments from various regions, including a horn I personally brought from Fontaine. You can play whatever music you like.
I have so many instruments by now.
If you get tired, the roasted lavender melon zone is just over there. Ito says that lavender melons are rock and roll fuel. So what do you think? Want to give it a try?
I guess that makes Paimon flying rock and roll fool.
Hey, cut that out! Oh, lucky Ito's gone, otherwise Paimon would never hear the end of it. Ugh, let's change the topic. What other fun stuff is there to do here, Mr. Dvorak?
Nothing.
Well, we're planning to invite some more music enthusiasts, and we're still getting some supplies together, so we can decorate the place a little. But it could take some time. The Arataki gang has shifted their focus to the dog situation ever since I brought it up.
You should have never brought it up.
Only one of them is actually sticking to the plan. Her name is Kuki Shinobu. She's out delivering invitations right now.
Well, at least one person is doing anything.
Yep, that's the Arataki gang for ya. Everyone else goofs around while Shinobu gets things done. We should help out. We can't let this event get totally derailed when Shinobu's out there doing her part.
Oh, I mean, are you sure?
Absolutely. We can handle it.
That would be extremely useful. We're starting to get behind schedule, and a couple extra pairs of hands could make all the difference.
So what do you want me to do?
No problem. We're happy to help. So you need us to find some music lovers and gather materials for decorating. Was that it?
Exactly. According to the original plan, we aim to finish everything in 5 days, and then the big party can begin. Actually, give me a second. I'll make you a checklist of all the outstanding tasks. That way it'll all be clearer. Oh, also, one other tidbit to share with you. Ito is planning to perform a song on stage on the final day of the event.
Thanks for the warning.
Ugh, typical bull chucker always has to be the center of attention.
Why don't you do a song too, Paimon?
Oh, Paimon would steal the show for sure! No one would give Ito a second look after that!
Yeah, let's do it then.
Pretty sure he'd yell out, Paimon's so rock and roll it hurts! And then he'd run off the stage, bawling his eyes out!
Foreshadowing. Spoilers.
Those are some bold claims, Miss Paimon, but that kind of confidence would serve you well on the stage.
Ah, Paimon's just kidding. Anyway, we'll be ready for that checklist as soon as it's done, Mr. Dvorak.
Great. Feel free to take a look around. I'll bring it over in a few minutes.
View the venue.
Feel free to take a look around. I'll be with you in just a moment.
I'm viewing. I can't even eat them.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon.
Hazel and Cookie.
Wow, Shinobu and Hazo! What a surprise!
This truly is a pleasant surprise. Although, not that surprising, to be honest. I was just telling Miss Shinobu that I had a sneaking suspicion we might run into you.
Because we got an invitation and we can never say no.
Doshin Shikanoin was talking about you constantly the whole way here. I guess the universe answered his prayers.
It's called intuition. Names pop into my head at relevant moments, just the way my mind works.
It's great to see you both.
Paimon sure wasn't expecting Heizo to be the first one to show up.
Well, he wasn't. We were.
Boss nagged me to prioritize the Tenryo Commission invitations. He specifically requested Madame Kujo Sara and Doshin Shikanoin.
I'm assuming Sarah did not come.
So, why isn't Sarah here?
Because she hates him.
Almost certainly because she has no desire whatsoever to see Ito. In her defense, here's what was written on the invitation letter. Kujo Tengu, come meet me at the top of the Sanganamiya Shrine. Let's go nuts and have a totally rock and roll sumo wrestling match.
If I were Kujo Sara, I'd jump at the chance to throw Ito off the roof.
But then wouldn't Kokomi come and throw Sarah off too? All that stomping around on her roof, the noise would drive her crazy.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Madame Kujo Sara's response was much more magnanimous than mine would have been. She gave us a basket of lavender melons to bring as a gift.
Magnanimous? I'm not so sure. Something tells me she's trying to send a message.
What message?
If that Oni brat wants to pick a fight with me, there will be plenty of lavender melons waiting for him at the police station.
Maybe the fact you assume that says more about you than her. So what about the other basket of lavender melons, huh? Is that one from you? What message are you trying to send?
The other basket is actually from a few of us at the police station. I chipped in, and so did some other Doshin who've arrested Ito before, and so did some of Ito's former cellmates.
Oh, great. The best kind of people.
So, I guess this basket of lavender melons is our way of saying, there'll always be a place for you here.
Please come back into prison.
Maybe just give Boss the melons and don't mention that part.
Sure. Well, my work is done here, anyway. Now that I've delivered the lavender melons and said hello to the traveler, I should probably get going.
Yeah, you should go before Ito comes back.
Aren't you gonna stay for the event?
Paimon, don't stop him. He has things to do.
Don't worry, I'll definitely be back for the big party. But I have some business to attend to in Rito first.
Eesh, being a detective sounds busy. I got you running around all over the place. Oh, wait, Rito! Do you happen to know anything about a mystery Ninken that appeared during the war? Apparently a lot of people in Rito were talking about it.
Ah, the dog, yes? That was the inspiration behind this music festival, wasn't it? Shinobu told me all about it.
Oh, never mind. Paimon just thought a detective might have the inside scoop.
I'm only speculating here, but from experience, I'd say it's probably just a local legend. I doubt the dog even exists.
So if we are lucky, then Ito will be off looking for the dog until the event is over.
What's wrong? From the look on your face, you've got a vested interest in this situation. Interesting. Well, since I'm going to Rito anyway, I can always ask around and see where it leads.
How much do you charge for your services?
Don't be silly. If this matters to you, that's a good sign that it'll turn out to be something that interests me, too. Stay tuned for more info. See you all soon.
Seems like Doshin Shikanoin's quite the lone wolf. Well, I'd better get back to delivering these invitations. Gotta make sure the big party's a success.
Do you deliver them one at a time and then bring the person you invited back here and then deliver the next? Because that's gonna take extra long.
In that case, guess it's time for us to get to work too. Wonder how that checklist is coming along.
How long is it gonna be?
Sorry to keep you waiting. Here's that list for you. If you can work your way through all this, we'll be back on track.
Great! Perfect timing, Mr. Dvorak. We'll get on it right away.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for your help. If you feel like flexing your musical muscles to take a break at any point, just come and find me in the jam zone.
And that was your daddy's Iridescent tour. Well, the presentation is top. We have I kinda don't wanna talk over it, but I'm pretty sure we are gonna play this song eventually, right? We have Extreme Carnival Ensemble, we have Trillion Trinket Thrall, and A Meeting of Melodies. So these are songs to play. Follow the Dvorak's checklist by defeating specific monsters, collecting designated Teyvat regional specialties, or using the photo-taking function to take pictures of specific targets to obtain the corresponding venue decorations. But that's hardly rock and roll. Do you really think Ito has any idea what rock and roll means? He just likes it because it sounds cool. You can go to the Dvorak to decorate the venue and make it more complete. Defeat 3 types of Ruin Machine. Defeat 2 types of Primal Construct. Defeat 3 types of Clockwork Mecha. What were Primal Constructs again? Ah, you will tell me. Legend hold that these are the war machines left behind by a now destroyed nation. They can be found throughout Teyvat. Oh, these things. Okay. The guardians of the ancient ruins lost amid the sands. They can be found in the desert of Sumeru. Exquisite machines of a variety of types and functions. They can be found in Fontaine, both on land and in its waters. Guess we go kill things. I mean, I know that some of them are right here, so that's good. Wrong. Wrong direction. Oh yeah, there's some right here. There's 2 here and we need 3, right? So that's a great start.
Right here. Emerge. Right now. Crush.
Ita would like a phrase like a little less conversation, a little more action. That's a rock and roll phrase.
Flood of frost.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Need one more. Which I think are close by somewhere. But for the other 2 kinds we'll need to travel. There's one right there. Hey you!
Right here. Right now. Right here. Your grand finale. Beg for mercy. Our bond is strong. Shudder.
I didn't see the count go up, but I'm assuming it worked. It did not. Why? Did that not count as a ruin machine to you? Or does it need to be 3 different kinds? That actually makes more sense. So it doesn't just need to be 3, it needs to be 3 unique models of enemy. So killing you will not do anything.
Out of my way. Stand with me. right now. Right here.
Beg for mercy. Rack and ruin.
I have understood. Is this guy alive? Can we change that? He's not.
More speed. More speed.
Well, guess we'll need to look for one of these. It's a bit of work to look for all of these, but it will be worth it in the end, I'm sure. There was some by teleport point around here somewhere. This one. Exactly.
Dissipate. Emerge, right now.
Freeze to the core. Crush. I condemn you.
Okay. That's enough ruin machines that we ruined.
Stand with me.
Now, of the desert variety, I actually don't remember multiple variations of them. Big question, does the boss count? Because that one I do remember. I wonder. Did they think this through?
Black fly. Observe. Emerge. Lightning, purify.
Shudder. Flood of frost.
Nothing lasts forever. Right here, right now, right here. Observe.
Crush.
Dissipate. Out of my way. Break a leg. Flags up. And step.
Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. Crush.
It did count. And also I just need 2 variations of this type of enemy. Can't get the prizes. So that's actually enough, I think. Because the next ones are right around here. So maybe there is no third kind. And I need it to defeat the boss. Which is a silly requirement. I think there's some better ruins over there.
More speed.
Right here, right now.
Stand with me.
Emerge, right here, right now. I'm always watching.
Beg for mercy.
Satisfied. And then Clockwork Mecha. Those are the easiest because there's so many of them.
Visibility is excellent. If we head to higher ground, we can do a full
strike is one. I'll settle this. Dissipate.
Shudder!
Yeah,
Crush!
This guy, not a clockwork nectar.
our bond is strong.
He would have been 3 variations in one.
Flood of frost!
Eye for an eye. Yeah. Come on out. Emerge. Lightning terrified!
Shudder!
Easy peasy. And yeah, we can't even do part 2 today. That should be enough materials. Could you please bring them back to me? We'll do so. Eventually. A meeting of melodies. Converse with music enthusiasts invite them to join in the musical festivities. Complete Twilight's Glow Nocturne first movement. Complete Twilight's Glow Nocturne second movement. Hello? What's this? Don't miss out on Inazuma's creative cuisine. We'd like to invite you to attend this music festival. How did you know I liked music? Well, to be truthful, that's where I get most of my creative ideas. Do you cook with music? Oh, then you must have music you really enjoy, right? We could play it for you. Oh, that's a long list you'd be looking at. If I had to pick, it might be this traditional piece from Konda Village. That's why I started my culinary journey, in fact. Could you play the piece if I were to hum the tune for you? Sure, I'll give it a go. Thanks. During a meeting of melodies, you must choose the most suitable note from a selection of notes to fit into the empty spaces of a track to match the hummed melody of the original song. Interesting. It's a musical quiz. Do 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 do. Oh, okay. So I have to choose from these 3. They're all those. Yeah, that wasn't so difficult. I expected to just have to choose them by the symbol, not by the sound they make. Absolutely fantastic. Not for the way you dress, I'd have suspected that you were from Condor Village yourself. It sounded just like the original. Alright, I've decided. I'm heading to this festival. Maybe immerse myself in the music there might give me some new ideas. I'll move my food stall over there. Not that my skills are the most impressive, but I'm sure I'll add to the atmosphere at least, eh? Poultry skewers with barbecue sauce, salty grilled fish, kitsune ramen. Dear customer, how would you like to try some native Inazuma snacks? I feel like we're just getting food for the festival. We are getting catering. We'd like to invite you to attend this festival. Did I hear you wrong? Is this a music festival or a food festival? We are not so sure either. There's lots of lavender melons. Music and a serious formal musical exchange to boot. By the way, do you have any music you enjoy? I can play it for you right now. Oh, you're serious then? Well, I do have something in mind. I can try humming it for you. Could you try playing it then? Well then, this is quite a lovely surprise. Perfect. Gotta love making bad music. Yeah, I guess the difficulty differs between them. But it's very easy to see which of them sounds completely wrong. Unless you don't have ears, I guess. Wow, what a brilliant recreation. That said, even I have no clue what this song is called. Haha. A fox-eared customer of ours likes humming this one when she comes over for some ramen. She's one of our VIPs. Come around a few days ago, in fact, or I wouldn't have remembered that song at all. I guess that tells you all you need to know about me and music, eh? If you're looking for a food stall, I'd recommend you look for Tomoki. That fellow's got a right adventurous spirit. Even if he isn't a fan of music, he should be interested nonetheless. Is the next shopkeeper lady? She is. Tsukumomomono. Tsukumomomono, yeah. Groceries. All your wishes granted in this one place. How strange. No one's ever invited me to go attend such a festival before. Well, that's why we are here. Tsukumo Mono. Yeah, I guess. You must have music you really love, right, Aoi? We could play it for you. We are serious musicians, somehow. Music, you say? Well, there is one that I heard a long while back. I was your height when I last heard it, I believe. I only remember bits and pieces of it. But could you play it for me all the same? Sure, I'll give it a go. Thank you. What does it say about this lady when she knows the title screen music from her childhood? This one I did guess by the symbol. It's the same note as that one. Ah, lovely. It seems you're quite the dab hand at making others' wishes come true. It's been almost 20 years since I last heard this tune. It was a boy in the neighborhood who played it for me. His wish was to travel and see the outside world. It's just a shame that I couldn't have been the one to help him. Well, would you look at that? I've strayed from the topic. I'm afraid I can't help with this music festival. Tsukumo Mono groceries can't do without me right now. Still, I'm glad to have heard this one once more. Thank you so much. Well, we tried. Alright, I've decided. I'm heading to this festival. Maybe immersing myself in the music there might give me some new ideas. Well, let's return and give back decorations and play some music. In what I assume is the actual rhythm game part. Are you gonna get angry again? Yes. That lady has no chill.
Hello. Would you like to practice some music?
No, I have some stuff for you. I'd like to decorate the venue.
Oh, really? You've got the things from the list? Great. I'll take those. Thanks so much.
Have some spotlights on. And filled with fervor not famished. Oh look, and that guy is here too.
More speed.
This one! This Iridescent Arataki Rockin for live tour de force of awesomeness you recommended really is awesome. I've been inspired. Now have a taste of the food I made specifically for the event. What kind of creative cuisine is that? Dango milk that's been marinated in rock and macerated in roll. Rock and roll dango milk. Here, have one on me. It's just regular dango milk, right? I wouldn't go that far. At least it might have been to begin with, but not after hearing all that rock and roll that I made it listen to. I carried this food by a rock and roll concert. Now it's rock and roll food. That's also why it now tastes like regular dango milk that's been lying around for a while. But this way, some customers are even willing to pay double the price of regular dango milk just to get their hands on this stuff. Must be the power of rock and roll, eh? So mind-blowing that I can't even put it into words. My mind is blown indeed. Rock and roll dango milk restores 26% of HP. Somehow. Having sat beneath the stage for a day and a night, this dango milk has been fermented using the yeast of rock and roll, transforming it into rock and roll dango milk. They say that its flavor has undergone some marvelous change, but still more amazingly, it can be sold for twice the price of the original version. That really rocks. If it falls and rolls and rocks, it will be rock and roll as well.
Aristocratic etiquette is...
One mango milk coming right up. Yeah, we can buy it for twice the price. Why would anyone ever? It even yields the same amount. It's just dango milk with a new label. What does this say about society? Yeah, I saw you. Don't think I didn't see you. Who invited you? Or did you just end up here because it's cozy? Truly, this is music to my ears. Free tea breaks, courtesy of Komori Tea House. Enjoy to your heart's content. Please do not touch the Daruma. It is not a staff member. Too late! It has already been touched.
More speed.
Anything else to interact with before we music off? Observe sign-in board. A sign-in board identical in style to the ones in the city. Shikanuin Heizo's message. Ito, I've received your invitation letter. Everyone's happy for you. We believe that you've got a good head for event planning. If you work a little harder, I'm sure you'll stop having to report to us all the time. So please, take these lavender melons with compliments from the police station. Oh yes, Madame Kujo-Sara also wishes us to pass this message along on her behalf. The Tenryou Commission is watching you. Do not forget that. Not a threat at all. Message from TCG buddy Ayato. I was delighted to hear that you were holding another festival, Ito. As such, I have commissioned a set of audio equipment as a congratulatory gift. Also, I have recently heard the children of Hanamisaka saying Ayato of the south, Ito of the north. Could you enlighten me as to what that means? If it wasn't a saying before, he's gonna make sure it's gonna be a saying. Thomas' message. Hey Ito, this is your second time organizing this sort of musical event, right? Haha, didn't think you'd move the stage to Watatsumi Island, opposite Sangonomiya Shrine no less. Very cool. I asked our clan head and it was agreed that we dispatch a team from Komori Tea House to help liven up the atmosphere. They'll provide tourists with free tea. What do you think? Pretty sweet, eh? Don't worry about it. You're welcome. I'm happy as long as you are. Letter with elegant handwriting. This letter is elegantly written and has been signed Shikanoin Heizo. Leave. I asked some Rito residents, but none of them have heard of that which you call Ninkan on the battlefield. The sheer lack of information quite surpasses my expectations. This is quite strange, even for information that has not yet spread widely. I will continue searching for clues. Interesting. So no news on that front.
Hello. Would you like to practice some music?
I think so. I'll have a go.
Great. Before you get started, you'll want to calibrate your instrument. Everyone's playing style is slightly different. Let me help you with that.
Oh yes, this part. Press the spacebar or left click to the drum beat on an accented note. Adjust the decision line until it roughly coincides with the note position you entered. Don't think I need to change anything. I am more often late than not. Probably fine.
Hello. Would you like to practice?
I'll have a go.
Great. I've been looking forward to hearing you play.
Well, let's play then. So last time we did this in the drum festival, we played all the difficulties. We don't need to. We just need to play the highest difficulty and win, and it will automatically win the others. Also, we have style settings. You can change the theme of your interface styles throughout the settings menu. Circle themes based on the score. Probably best, because then it will just change. Falling mode or spread mode. Falling mode is cascade mode is probably easier to read. Note guide. Synchronize the link between the buttons. Continuous playing effects. Background effects. Sure. Instrument. Based on the score. Beat note sound. No. Calibration plus 10. Lag. Low latency mode. Set speed. Okay. The visual cue hurts more than helps. Possibly. We still need to do 2 things, I guess. Extreme Carnival Assemble. During the performance, different notes will appear on the screen. When a note falls on the decision line, strike the decision line to score points. The amount of points scored will vary depending on the timing of your stroke. A long note is represented by a long strip of light. Holding the button to play the note, then release after the light strip disappears to score points. The instrument used and the interface theme will be based on the music by default. You can go to the settings to change. Oh, that was a long one. Not doing perfect. Not doing perfect at all. Hey, I got a long note. I didn't get a long note. I'm having finger problems. Knowing which key is which. Surely, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Can't say I failed at all. That was clearly a perfect performance without any problems. So what is the one and only king? I expect shenanigans. There's literally no way. I'm... Yes, clearly. Perfect score. You have 6 fingers or more, there's a way. But not from the first try, that's for sure. I think last time I said these were too easy. I think they're still too generous in giving me the win. But clearly perfect. I'm assuming there might not be any reason to actually do the one and only King dual gem, but possibly also a problem to start on Pro and not slowly ease myself in. My score. My combo. Voice did indeed leave because I was pressing keys too much and found the mute key accidentally. No, I think that just makes it even harder to pass anything. Also, I think I was doing easier at the beginning of grow than normal. Keep messing up. S and D are things I cannot keep apart. That one always looks like an S to me. I want to alternate between S and K and D and J, but no. This song is always off by one. And it does not feel good. I hate it. It's the worst feeling to need to use different fingers from different hands. I need to concentrate so hard just to not mess up the finger games. I messed up the finger games. Yeah, discounters. Look, we can have above 90%. There's no messing up on this difficulty level. This is... brutal. Euphonias are not good. It is clearly not impossible, but it is painful. And I'm glad I don't need to do it perfectly. In fact, I'm glad I don't need to do this at all. My brain just decides to think that S and K do not exist. Dulcem is all I want. And we can't play any more songs. Because those are also locked behind days. Someone will take that lyre from Eula's hands and whack her head with it. And it is deserved. Oh, we get a free Goro out of this event. We will find our dog eventually, is what you were saying. Oh yeah, these are the main story things. Yeah, guess we can't really do more of this today. Huh? What is this? Music composition. After setting your preferences, the system will recommend songs with your selected tags. But these are probably, yeah, these are songs made by people. Not by the game. That implies I can also make music. He's too good for a random person. You say that. We can like or favorite it, though. Oh, this opens a web page. Yeah, no, you can submit pieces. Okay, okay. No, no, these are made by real people from real places. Yeah. In normal editing mode, you may add notes even as the music is playing. Click the input to add notes at the current moment. You may hold on the input button only during music play to add a long note. The rhythm line will descend while the music is playing, and it shows the recommended position of notes to be placed. When adding notes, the notes are preferentially attached to the rhythm line. Okay. In advanced editing, you can freely select the type of note to add, and that note will be added to the closest available point in time. Selecting the beginning and ending notes of a long note will automatically create a long note. Click the note underscore in delete mode to delete that note. I see. I was certainly not perfect at my note placing. But that's where you then could go back and edit them, I guess. This is pretty good. I wonder if this also... Oops. I wonder if this also existed for previous music events and I just never saw it. Interesting. Wow. I'm a musician. This one has a lot of likes. Certainly more appreciative of my finger puzzling. How can you hold a note on a drum? Do not ask. I can understand why people like that one. That one was good. Nightwind Horn. During your performances, you can hold the note button to cause the Nightwind Horn to play a long note. Oh, we got the Nightwind Horn. Our collection of instruments has grown. And will ever grow. But that's enough for this event for today, I guess. So let's move on to other things. Mozart would indeed be proud. Everyone involved. So. Clearly we are supposed to start from down here because this whole area is new to... And apparently very empty, what I have heard on the internet. Like there's about five chests in this whole new space. But it doesn't matter. We're going here to Beda Harbor. And from there we're gonna go explore this place. And possibly we're gonna run into a quest anyways on the way. I remember the last area we did. Navigate me that way. It's a bit of a journey to even get there. Through the Sumerian wilds. I guess the best road would be up here, huh? I say, not noting that there is an actual road here somewhere. I guess we are off-road. Why are those fungi always around? You always see fungi, why I don't see any fungi? Why are you angry? I just walked in front of you. You are not an enemy, you are just a wild animal. Leave me alone.
More speed.
More speed would indeed help with that. Also from here we might get a look out on that new area. These guys are fun. That's why we did not kill him. So this is the harbor. And I guess the new area is all of this water. Possibly this island. Possibly that island? Possibly. No, that's actually that. So no. Not that island. Just this island. Probably. So I expect a bunch of water. To be under that black goop of map covering. Fog of war, as they say. Here's where we're gonna start. Boating around. Mommy said that kids can go on long trips and forbade me from going with Daddy to Petrichor. Am I being too good for a kid? Petrichor. Petrichor is on the other side of the sea, and it's a town full of music. I'd so love to go there, even if it was only in my dreams. More music! Daddy took the boat over to that town, and Uncle Gustino also took a boat to come over here. I'm the only one bubbing about here. Ah, it's so boring. Uncle Gustino told me that kids in Fontaine can ride an aquabus and even listen to music beneath the waves. Is it true? Yes, but... Mommy that also does that a lot. You know, starting the second half of her sentence with "but." I wish I could tell her that you can mess with kids, but only up to a point. And you are? I'm Anaka. You play music well. I love all things music. Daddy's an awesome scholar, and music's part of his research. He says that he'll bring me back a gift from Petrichor, although what I really wanted was to go out there with him. I see. These are not real people. Boyan, yes. My brand was at stake for a moment there, but now that supply's been restored, I can sleep soundly again. Supply problem? Indeed, business people like me fear blocked roads, robbed clientele, and worst of all, cut supplies. I've run routes through Tevat for many years, building my reputation on naught but the excellent quality of my goods. Then a few days ago, a wealthy gentleman ordered 10 carts of Shenhua Adepti from me. Only for there to be water and soil trouble in the Vale. Even with the goods that I had stocked, I couldn't come up with 10 carts. My reputation will be destroyed if I mix the top-grade goods with average stuff. But if I don't deliver on time at all, you shouldn't have to worry about that now. You're the well-informed sort, I see. Indeed, I hear tell that we have a Carp Adeptus aid to thank. Carp Adeptus' aid to thank. Well, not that I know much about this. All I know is that business is back on track. Gotta love me my Carp Adeptus. Not bad, not bad. This is a great business opportunity, as they say. You have to create opportunities where they don't exist. What business opportunity? Beta Harbor is too close to Fontaine, so Fontanian goods aren't quite in vogue yet anymore. But Liyue? Now that's a different story. My mercantile nose is never wrong, I'll tell you. We just need to ship in some fine Liyue cuisine, such as tigerfish, bamboo shoot soup, crab roe tofu. You don't see these things in Sumeru very much if at all. Have you tried all these before? Oh, they're on my to-eat list, that's for sure. That Boyan told me that Shenyu Adept tea was the best, and then he hoodwinked me into buying a large batch of goods that turned out to be absolute junk. Then he turned around and said that it was just that batch of tea that was faulty, and now that the water and soil in Shenyu Vale are back to normal, so too are the tea leaves. I don't trust it. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I'm going to Liyue personally, and I'll taste it for myself. Do that. Push. Look, there's one of those 5 chests in this.
More speed. More speed.
Honorine, the Fontaine engineer. Ah, I'd love to bet on that, otherwise I'll be letting myself down. Bet on what? My salary and safety, of course. I'd love to hire an Eremite band to escort me into the desert, but it feels like a terrible risk, no matter which way I slice it. Risky, you say? Of course, this is the Eremites we speak of, you know. You're an adventurer, I'm sure you've met many a fool nabbed by Eremite bands. I do so dearly wish to visit the desert and witness Khanrian machines for myself, but I have no desire to become such a laughingstock. In fact, I would land myself in even hotter waters were I to accidentally hire an outlaw. How shall I get to the desert? Well, don't ask me for help. Surely I couldn't help you. And you have a temple around here. Or something, whatever this is.
Welcome to Beta Harbor, good strangers.
I'm still conducting inspections, so if you have something to say, quick and simple's best. About this place. Beta Harbor is a place where many influential forces crisscross, but the peace has been kept so far. It's my job to make sure everyone stays in their corner after all. So don't worry, ordinary smugglers know better than to try anything cute here. How about big-time smugglers? If you mean the local Eremites, I was one of them once. I know how they do things. As for those smugglers from Liyue and Fontaine, I'd be tipped off well before they could move a muscle, and I'd know their movements like the back of my hand. Secret letter? Well, we've got too many outlanders here in Beta Harbor, so some diplomatic measures are necessary. I've got friends in Lumidus Harbor and Geelong Wharf, so we exchange tips and such. Good deal as far as I'm concerned. I'd originally come here to relax a bit. Didn't think this place would be as busy as Port Ormuz.
More speed.
It seems like a very quiet place. There is this path leading up to nowhere, but nothing much else around here. So let's go boat.
More speed.
With more speed. Guess we should go to this thing to unveil the map before we do anything else.
Beg for mercy.
Don't think I'll miss you. Chest, but not today. Also, not enough water here. As we are circling this island. Also, this new area is not part of mainland Fontaine being below the waterfalls, so we can't actually swim or dive indefinitely here. In fact, I don't think we can dive at all. Yeah, this is a lot of nothing. Aside from this island. Maybe stuff is underwater. That is a possibility. I mean, the game since Sumeru does not shy from having underground areas or underwater areas, layered maps. Well, there are oculi here. That much is for sure. And turtles. So this can't be a bad place if there's fire. Turtles on fire. Picked up something. A ridiculously common branch. A very ordinary branch that has been processed by human hands in some way. It might have been a prop used by children at play, but whatever it is, it couldn't have been some barbarian token. Petrichor means rock place. Probably not underwater. All the common branches. The most common.
The Lock Knights? Ridiculous ravings and nothing more.
There is something going on with your head. I'll be back. Huh. There's a bunch of people there. What are they doing? Let's go check it out. Well, that looks like the start of a quest. And we are being sucked right in. Hey you. Yes you blithering idiot. What are you doing dragging your feet for? Waiting for us all to get old? Why in the blazes aren't all these boxes already on the ship? The dude they call idiot. Best character title yet. Probably forgetting better ones. No, boss, it's just these boxes are way too heavy. If we lug them all up, I think the ship might... Might what? This is treasure here. Treasure! We're gonna just leave profit on the ground like that? But If we load everything on board, plus ourselves, I don't think the boat can hold all the weight. Ah, that's an easy one. If we just leave a couple of you here on the island, we can bring all the treasure back, now can't we? Oh, a cunning plan, boss. Wait, I'm one of the ones you're taking with you, right? I don't want to get captured by those golems. You've seen what happens to anyone they catch. And stop yapping and start moving. If the Dark Lord's lackeys catch up, we are all done for. Dark Lord's lackeys? Are they putting on some kind of show? Wait, boss, there's people over there. Li-Huan, why don't we go ask them? Or you? Yeah, you, the big one and the tiny thing. What are you skulking over there? I'm not that big. Can't leave any witnesses. Huh? Li-Huan, what are you saying? Anyway, we should talk to them first. But I want to activate the teleport. Cat! From the look of it, you must be foreigners. And here I thought you were minions of the Dark Lord Ramos. This is Li-Huan, and Paimon's Paimon. And you are right, we are travelers. Oh, but who's this Dark Lord Ramos you mentioned? Has he finished playing his part already? Haha, you don't even know who the Dark Lord is. Alright, I get it. I suppose it's up to me to educate you, oh ignorant outlanders. As you know, this was once a peaceful town. In those days, it was not yet named Petrichor. We Fontanians lived here in peace and safety, until the golem armies of the Dark Lord Remus came. He was an awful tyrant, one who claimed to be the ruler of all waters. His forces had already obliterated countless towns and cities before arriving at ours. He took our lands, polluted the sources of pure water, and even tried to use music to tempt us. They raised high bell towers and fortresses, and the Dark Lord's fell melody enslaved our kin. But we, Fontanians free, rejected his rule. Thus did I and the warriors under my command march to war all across the land. Oh, nice world building, very detailed. And then, what happened next? How did you defeat the Dark Lord? The Dark Lord's golems are each mighty beyond measure. How could we beat their match? Still, we had the aid of Esther the Quick-Witted this time. With his aid, we infiltrated the Dark Lord's fell keep and reclaimed the treasures he and his minions plundered from us Fontanians. Like the boss said, what it is we are doing again. Oh yeah, disrupting the special military maneuver being conducted by the Dark Lord's legions. Totally a brilliant plan. You're the protagonist of your play, yet you aren't on the up and up. When does this Dark Lord take the stage? Ha! Do you think we'd still be lugging treasures if he showed up? Ha! Like as not, we'd all have been turned into golems already, just like Esther probably was. Esther the Pitiful now, more like. Whoa, he totally helped you, and you guys just left him behind and ran away? Are you sure you guys aren't the baddies? Baddies don't get to be the protagonists. What do you mean, protagonists? Take the stage. Oi, from where am I standing? It looks like you are really his minions, dressed up as foreigners. I can tell from all your blabbering on about performances and plays. Eh? You mean you guys aren't putting on a performance? So you won't fess up unless we char you first, eh? Let's get 'em, boys! Wait, we're actually fighting these guys? I feel bad.
Break a leg. Flag fly. And step. Right now. Shudder.
The thieves, who were beaten so badly they couldn't spare even a thought for the treasures, fled on their boat. There they go, huh? Guess they weren't acting after all. But what was this treasure they were talking about? Dark Lord this, Dark Lord's keep that? No way any of that's real. Why don't we have a look at the treasure? But we don't know where this stuff came from. Paimon, expressing this interest in treasure. Say it isn't so. Paimon's just worried that, what if, well, just in case there's some kind of evil Dark Lordy trap in it. I guess there's no dissuading you, but please be careful, okay? And as it so happens, there were no traps in the container, of the evil Dark Lordy variety or otherwise. But there was no valuable treasure within either. Within was naught but heavy shards of shattered stone. Paimon knew they were just a bunch of frauds. There's no treasure at all. Maybe it's shattered golems. They were talking about golems. Oh. Is this shabby excuse for a statue some kind of priceless artifact? Let's go to Petrichor and ask around. Maybe it's some kind of landmark or lucky mascot or something. As for these treasures, we... Hey, Li Huan, you... How unforgettable, the Hortus Eurydice overflowing with fruit. Why was that not a text that could require me to click? Imperator? Imperator. Dream? You're finally awake, Imperator. This day is one of great import. The day when we shall sound the great symphony, Phobos. There is yet time before the ritual, Imperator, but we should set out. I seem to have had a dream. A dream, Imperator? I did not know that gods could dream. In that case, what did you dream of? The great plains beyond the north wind, the silver tree beneath the frozen soil. Or did you see that golden future that you once showed me? I saw the sea swallowing the earth. The children of white stone and brass sinking. The collapse of all that was once radiant. That prophecy then, Imperator. It is precisely to prevent it from happening, to fight against inevitable fate, that we are here today. Just as you said, we have paid much for it, but once we are free of fate's Fortuna's shackles, those sacrifices shall not have been in vain. In this I have faith. In this have I had faith ever since I accepted this body and became a Remurian. Apologies, Imperator. Forgive my lack of manners. In any case, please, come with me. This is now a first-person game. I'm not controlling this. Though you bestow undying bodies upon the people, allowing humanity to feel the tides of the deep nevermore, our souls are still bound by the shackles of Fortuna. Burdens of fate is not something mortal souls can bear, but Phobos shall wave the path of fate on our behalf, leading us forward on the path of justice. The melody of the symphony will flow through the waterways to the high sea, and soon Remuria, no, all of humanity will be freed from the unconscionable tyranny of fate and welcome an eternal utopian future. And then, one day, the people will no longer need the guidance of Phobos, and all will be able to play their own symphony. Much text, not much time. Instruments. Music. Remus. 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 You once said that you would create a future free from the shackles of divine destiny. Yet your realm now lies violently shattered, and the chasm you tried to bridge has grown deeper still. The immortal race you created and the peoples of the waters are slaughtering one another. And now this so-called eternal city, too faces imminent collapse. You cannot control your own creation. The symphony has brought neither justice nor happiness, but instead has become the source of all sin. Though their flesh and blood have been sundered from water and soil, the lost souls guide them upon the path of inevitable death nonetheless. The curse of Fortuna is upon your people and upon you. Do you still remember our promise? That is our last resort, as long as the symphony is played. Is this the only way you usurper lords of humanity know to atone after bringing things to ruination? Still your resolve at least does not shame your kingly crown. And the promise was made indeed, therefore allow me to bear witness to your end. O King cursed by fate, drown thyself in song, wine and feast, for the day of judgment has not yet come. Dijuan, please wake up. Lately I'm getting lots of headaches in these quests. Wow, you scared me to death. Dijuan, you suddenly just completely stopped moving and started staring at the statue. Like you were a statue yourself. Someone thought you had been turned to stone by the Dark Lord's evil curse. I think I had a strange daydream. That there isn't really a curse, is there? Are you okay? I'm fine. Sorry for making you worried. That person also has the red fog across the head. Paimon, did I have red fog around my head? As long as you're not hurt. Yeah, we should definitely go to Petrichor first. Petrichor Dream! Seems we are in for some horror. The world opens itself before those with noble hearts. And this is Petrichor. How Petrichorrible. Here we have 2 teleport points, 1 is already activated. We probably could have just teleported here instead of taking the boat, huh? And a new dungeon. How am I on Oculi anyways? 13. Not enough for any upgrades. Mare Nostrum. Light up the maps of the following areas in Fontaine. Nostoi region. Yeah, there is not a lot here. At least not at first glance. Well, there is chests and other activities. Those are not of too much import. Yeah, you were definitely staring at that statue, huh? No? No then.
Barbarians have been getting uppity of late. We must step up our patrols.
Ho there, citizens! If you require shelter, simply head to the bell tower in the city center. The savages have been getting all bold and uppity lately, so be on your guard. About the barbarians. Those savages, there's nothing to be said for those detestable invaders. They destroy our cities, slaughter our people. Enemies of the Empire I name them, nay, enemies of all civilization. Still, you need not fear, citizens. Dominus Berthius shall soon come to Makimos in person. When that happens, all disturbances shall be utterly quelled, and those putrid primitives shall get what they deserve. Have you met any barbarians? No, not yet, I fear. They're a cunning lot, I must say. They rarely show up when they cannot be sure of victory. I see. I am getting a feeling the people around here might be insane.
The Lock Knights? Ridiculous ravings and nothing more.
Those auxilia of barbarian stock are spreading overwrought rumors about those Lock Knights again. I should suggest to Dominus Berthius that we stamp these ridiculous ravings out completely. Sounds like ancient Rome more and more, yeah. About the Lock Knights. Fret not about the lies those slaves tell. Their so-called Lock Knights are but facetious, far-fetched fictions. They spread rumors and call those barbarians who worship a false god knights, believe that they shall one day free them from their fated duties. I do not condemn such folly, for folly is the way of the lowly, yet their illusions are fanned even hotter, such that their melodies are tranquil no longer. They must be cured. Once the disturbances here have subsided, I shall act forcefully to correct such stained skeins of superstition. Delusion and weakness both breed turmoil. This place feels so deserted. Everyone looks so weird. Must be the birds. I actually like how this looks though. Tiny little town. With more ridiculously common branches.
Don't lose them again.
Legionnaires. Stay on your guard, citizen. Have there been any suspicious happenings lately? Not at present. That said, the barbarians are akin to cunning beasts. Ever will they strike when your guard has been lowered, for surprise is their greatest weapon. By methods most foul they infiltrate our cities and seek out our secrets. Even the slightest lapse in discipline may lead to catastrophe. 30 years ago, when I followed Dominus Berthius to conquest in the far north, they were but a pack of primitives without any such skill for subterfuge. Where did they learn these tricks? 30 years ago. Uh-huh. Giovanni! I guess we have found Little Italy. In this mostly French world of Fontaine.
Once this battle's over, I'll be able to go home.
I wonder when this war will finally be over. What are you doing up there on the roof? I say, also being on the roof. I'm monitoring the area for any suspicious barbarian activity, of course. Recently... Wait a moment, how did you get up this watchtower, citizens? That's my line, really? Whatever. That isn't important. Tribunus Metius says that savages' assaults are advancing apace. The latest news is that they might have sent spies among us. We must be on guard. Would those brutes really be interested in our remote little city? To the extent that they would go through all the trouble of sending spies. Meat is meat, no matter how small the portion. Ah, citizens, you speak true. It seems I must keep to my task. Judging by how you spoke, might you be experienced in such matters? In which case, could I entreat you to survey the surrounding area? Should the barbarians have been active, they must have left some trail, like a wooden sword perhaps. Like kids play fighting? Well now, they are savages. Would it be so strange that they would use sticks as weapons? In any case, I'm counting on you. Should you discover anything, report back to me. Consider it your joyous duty as a Remurian. I found a few sticks. 3. Precisely. To think that, there can be no mistake. This is one of the barbarian signal poles by which they send their vile messages. You sure about that? You said it was a wooden sword just now. I cannot believe that their spies truly have infiltrated our ranks. It seems Tribunus Metius' fears were not unfounded. Once I report this matter to him, I will have discharged my duty. You have my thanks regardless, citizens. If not for you, our defenses might have collapsed well before the heathen hordes arrived. I will surely mention your contribution when making my report. This place is amazing. It's like a theme park. Most you moved. Stay on your guard, citizen. Fare ye well, citizens. You may report suspicious people to me at any time. I wonder when this war will finally be over. That kid over there. Kid? What kid? Wait, you're not talking about Tribunus Metius, are you? Keep your voice down, or he'll hear you. Of course, Dominius Casuar has said that we should not whip our soldiers, but if the Tribunus hears you, things will get ugly all the same. Casiodor. Okay. You people are normal. I'm sure of it.
Look to your equipment. Don't lose them again.
Uh-huh. Welcome, travelers. Oh, traversers of dreamscapes. I am the bell ringer at the intersection clock tower, the guide that welcomes travelers to the Eternal City. You do not have a weird swirl. Oh joy, more world building, eh? So, valiant guardian, shall we find the Eternal City to our left or to our right? Wait, you are in character already. Are you sure you are okay? Leaving that aside for now. All the townspeople we ran into on the way over here were acting really weird. Do you know what that's about? Why? Everyone has gone to Makimos already. I imagine that they now dwell under the protection of the Sebastos. Wow, so in addition to the Dark Lord Remus, now we've got a Sebastos. This is getting more complicated by the minute. Dark Lord Remus, it would appear that in your journey you have crossed paths with those uncouth barbarians. That is indeed a blasphemous title, with which they have besmirched the Sebastos Remus, our mighty Imperator. Oh, so they are both the same Remus. They are the same person after all. But it is of no consequence. The Sebastos may not be defined by the narrow notions of the tribal mob. Those despicable insects may speak slender as they wish. The wise, inspired by his noble ideals, will yet come forth in their droves. When the bell of eternity tolls, and all that has ever come to pass shall be erased, and all will be reborn, regardless of who they are or where they are from. Be grateful and rejoice. Praise be! Maybe this guy is lost as well. What should we do, Li Huan? This person sure seems lucid, but the stuff he's sprouting is all kinds of whack. You think we got a sleepwalker here? Maybe he's dreaming. Do you name me a dreamer? Who knows? We could be the ones dreaming. No way, that's impossible. At least, we probably aren't. Dreaming. I certainly... Oh no, it's starting. And he's gone. Hey, you, oh, he's out cold. Travelers from outside, halt! Why did you murder this man? Excellent, you two look completely mentally sound. Finally, a normal person. Seriously, what's going on in this town? Before that, let's get this gentleman somewhere safe. Can't be leaving him lying there, can we? He'll catch a cold. Though the risk of catching a cold may not be the most important thing right now, you still work together with the normal, quote-unquote, person to move the incoherently rambling bell ringer into a nearby bench. Cat is watching. Anyway, allow me to reintroduce myself. Call me Esther. I'm a member of the town's Daydream Club. I'm the only member present right now, though. Paimon's Paimon, and she's Li Huan. We're members of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You think the cat is evil? Possibly. Patrol members, huh? My apologies then, but I fear that at the current juncture, we townspeople might struggle to cooperate with whatever investigation you are conducting. Hey, best not to impersonate officials, don't you think? Wait, you introduced yourself as Esther. We've heard that name before. It was you who brought the bandits into the Dark Lord's castle, was it not? Huh? What? So you've also... No, we are wide awake, trust us. We just don't get why everyone's saying all sorts of crazy things. You tell Esther about how you met and drove the bandits who saw the shattered stones and treasures away outside town. Oh, it's them. Where to begin? The legend of the Faded Castle has never been a secret. Adventurers just like them come by looking for it every once in a while. And whether it's because the impression the name Golden Troop conjures up is nothing more than poetic imagery, or because the castle was built millennia ago, it's more likely than not that nothing of value remains there now. But would they ever listen? Of course not. No sooner had I brought them over to the ruins in the mountains than they began destroying statues and stuffing them into boxes like people possessed. I could not stop them alone, so I went back to town to get help. I never imagined I'd find nothing but dazed stares and mad ramblings all around. It was like everyone had fallen under some hypnotic spell. The Daydream Club has researched hypnosis before, but something like this is far, far beyond our capabilities. My hypothesis is that something abnormal has occurred within the ruins, according to the records. Actually, why are we the only ones not affected? Interesting. Most interesting. Perhaps you can find a solution in the ruins. Why don't you wait here, Est? Leave the adventuring to us. If you come too, you might get turned into a golem. Is that your cat, Esther? It's so cute. No, though the fellow who studied hypnotism would say that they are creatures with keen senses. How odd. That collar. Pendant? I could swear I've seen that accessory before. It ran off. Anyway, ignoring the cat question for now, we should still go to the ruins first and have a look. Say, Esther, how can we get there? The ruins? The mountain behind town just so happens to be the exact direction that the cat ran off in. Hehe. Kitty cat, hehe. Yuan, are you sure you are okay? Things are pretty murky right now. Take extra care. You two all right? You'll be right back. Don't you worry. I'm counting on you then. How could something like this happen? I can't just leave everyone else in town to fend for themselves. Or I'd be up again back to the ruins to investigate. Still, it's a good thing I ran into you. Please be extra careful. Oh, that certainly looks like something. Quest? You are spoiling something. Yeah, that statue. Is not a statue. And this is not water. Whoa! The statue can move. Praetorian Golem. An ancient golem infused with will that uses its resilient marble body in battle. Use methods suited to dealing with Geo to effectively defeat its defense. Well, good thing I have a greatsword user today, because that's the best way at dealing with Geo. Or getting dealt with by Geo.
I condemn you.
And then he gets his shield back.
Right here. Right now. Emerge.
Not bad, not bad. Your valor would not know shame, even should it stand in the company of the Marchose hunters of old. Wow, it's a rare shiny cat! We've seen a whole lot of really strange things out on our journey, even so a glowing talking cat. Paimon supposes it still makes the rare list. One such I shall not dwell on being called a strange thing. O chosen champions, Li Huan and Paimon, the time has come for true heroes such as ye to step forth. Come with me onto the ancient kingdom of the deep seas. We must still the chaotic symphony if we are to save the lost souls. Is that also part of the world building too? Alright, I'm the hero. Let the journey begin. Seriously, Li Huan? How can you fall for this stuff so easily? Very well then, O chosen hero. For the sake of Paimon's tummy tum, stand tall and move with haste to buy her some Fanta. Maybe the cat is just as crazy as the rest. Very possible. Speaking of, just who are you? May I start from the beginning? Very well. Oranides of Oranopolis is my name, a spirit keeper of the ancient realm. What Nides of the where now? What a tongue twister. Paimon's just gonna call you Osse for short. That's close enough, right? What do you think? Meow? Also, you have heterochromia. Meow, meow. It appears that I cannot command this body as I wish. To the extent that bestial behaviors may even overbear me from time to time, if from the beginning I could only have... As the two of you can see, the boundaries between past and present have begun to blur thanks to the influence of the chaotic symphony. It is for this reason that I too have awoken. For now, the affected area is yet small. The inhabitants of Petrichor have had their souls taken away. They exist in that maddened, dreamlike state because the symphony has temporarily granted them identities and memories to fill the void left behind. It is as if a vessel filled with pure water has had its contents replaced with wondrous wine, an apt decision, considering that those are memories of ancient history gifted by the symphony. Let Paimon think. So what you are saying is that the townspeople of Petrichor have had their souls stolen, and that their bodies have been possessed. Wow, that sounds super scary. You said that the affected area isn't very large yet. That is correct, Li Huan. Of course, eventually even the court of Fontaine will be consumed if the chosen hero cannot restore harmony to the chaotic melody. Nothing else for it. I am the hero, after all. Yeah, alright then, Osse. Lead the way. Thank you so much. The road to the ancient realm lies beneath the spring you see before you. I have caused the seal on the hidden path to manifest. Next, I shall activate the device that maintains the seal. There we go. Now then, help me retrieve the harp's strings, and I shall thus be able to break the seal and open the way. Now then, let us go onto the fated Castellum of Gold. A fated golden cast... Esther mentioned something about the legend of the faded castle too, right? Aren't we talking about these ruins? Nay, these are but scraps on the surface. The true castle lies deeper underwater. I think you might be right that the real new area is underwater. You sure do know much more than the cats in town, huh, Osse? You compare me to cats in the town. Such... Follow closely and try not to get lost then. Wow, a cat that is not afraid of water. And might even dive. Wow, he just jumped down. Can cats swim? Ancient score. This seems to be a musical score created using unknown materials by an ancient civilization. The melody recorded within can only be deciphered using a special device. So we just took that, huh? Well, okay, that's also not much bigger. Also, I wanna unlock that dungeon, considering it's right over here. Is it a material dungeon or is it a one-off dungeon? Faded Theater. It is a material dungeon. Prophet and the Ruler, Heroes and Fell Dragons, the grand opera of the Golden Age once played out here. Now, the only players left on the stage are monsters of unknown provenance. You shall earn priceless artifacts if and only if you can defeat them. I guess we can take one look. Especially because we have the correct elements on team. Leyline disorder. When a bond of life gains or loses value, the character gains a 15% all elemental and physical damage bonus for 10 seconds. This effect can stack 4 times. The duration of each stack is counted independently. We don't have anyone that can do Bond of Lives, unless the enemies inflict us with Bonds of Life. These will not.
Right now. Right here. Vengeance will be mine. Beg for mercy. Crush! Our bond is strong! Emerge, right now. Flags up! And step! Strike is one!
I guess we had our tutorial for how to deal with these guys. So now we need to fight 3 at once.
Out of my way! Alright, it's my turn. Dissipate! Flood of frost! Shudder! Rack and ruin! Good grief! Stand with me! Flags fly! Crush! Your grand finale! Shudder! More speed! Right here, right now. Emerge. I'm always watching.
I really should be focusing on one of them, because I keep running away after the shields are broken.
More speed. I condemn you. Stand with me.
So that's that. Let's continue on with the Deep Spring, as you call it. It feels like these strange statues are staring at us. They won't suddenly attack. Difficult to say. Perhaps that golem you defeated earlier climbed up from here. That's just terrifying. Is it too late to swim back now? Watch that cat swim. One of these fish is not like the others. Now we are at the faded castle. Huh? Paimon didn't think there'd be such a huge space down below. Guess you do know your stuff, Osse. This is but the tip of the iceberg. Once, an entire nation and the land upon which it was built sank beneath the waves, and my mission is to prevent that which has sunk from resurfacing. Also, I believe. Poof! And just like that, you suddenly seem a lot less reliable. Well, what am I but a cat that knows an inkling more than those in town, Anyway, we are the sole arbiters of whether the souls of the townsfolk can safely return to their bodies or not, so eyes up now. The fated castle is just through that great gate. Let us continue onward. A shining, talking cat. Follow Ossa and explore the ancient realm that lies beneath the deep waters. When adventuring with Ossa, you can talk to him at any time to get additional information. Don't forget to pet him from time to time, alright? The game has learned to pet cats, and now it will use that technology. Whether you like it or not. Wow, how are you so fast, Ossa? Because it's a cat. So appearing and disappearing with utmost alacrity is to be expected. It is you, Paimon. That is something. Don't let those trifling things outside the window interfere with our relentless march forward. We have work to do. You are being very Cheshire Cat right now. Are you sure that's okay? I have doubts. There were whale noises there. Also floating books. Anecdota Septentrionalis, the first. That's a lot of text. There's 2 more volumes of that. Something tells me this place has a lot of lore. Submit. The Lost Grimoire. A strange book of magic that has by the symphony's power calmed down at last. If you have the chance, you might want to return it to its shelf. If you ever find that, it belongs here.
Favonia's blade work? All right then, I'll teach you. Oh yes.
Well, Paimon bets a lot of people can live in a huge castle like this. Is that perhaps the Lost Grimoire? But of course, and not just people either. Hey, there you go again, saying creepy stuff with a straight face. Oh, fret not. Surely heroes such as yourself would dispatch any hidden ghosts or phantoms without breaking a sweat. And what is this? What an exquisite box. Seems like a music box of some kind. Still, it doesn't seem to fit too well with its surroundings. Good eye. That is indeed a music box, but just as I have knowledge beyond ordinary cats, this music box has functions beyond most others. My, I didn't think you would be so catty. Hey, Paimon was just joking before. She didn't think you'd take it seriously. It's Paimon's fault, okay? Don't be mad. Meow meow. Seriously? Now you pretend to be a cat? Anyway, even those who lack any musical knowledge can freely operate the power of the symphony using this box. We will have use of it later, I am sure. Huh? But isn't it because the symphony has gone all wacky that all the townsfolk turned into whatever they are now? So what if Li Huan presses the wrong button or something? What sort of clumsy clod do you take me for, Paimon? Paimon's just thinking about the worst case scenario. Maybe Ossa might jump out from a corner and scare you. One of these unmoving statues might start walking around, or maybe traps might spring out from the ground into balls. Any of those could happen, right? Peace now. You need not be so fretful. The symphony was mighty, beautiful, and glorious once, an existence that shouldered golden ideals. That it sows chaos upon the surface is a mere mishap of misalignment, the result of evildoers misusing great glorious power. But were it Li Huan, surely she would wield its power correctly. I can press 66% of buttons correctly. If it is a musical instrument, then yes. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Hey, now's not the time to be joking around. What if Ossa takes you seriously, huh? We have spoken this much. Now, to put things to the test, remember the strings we've got from the harp in the ruins. Those were in truth the scores on which the symphony was recorded. As long as you place the scores into the music box, the box shall play its tune all on its own. Oh, it's tiny. Symphony's beauty. Play the first score, Locus Amoenius. Amoenus? We're gonna play lots of music. Locus Amoenus. It is said that the first terrestrial creature emerged from the warm oceans. The lands then were fertile, producing all in abundance. The gifts bestowed by fate were so ample that it seemed as if the land itself had been specially prepared for them. Moving melody accompanies the swift ship as it cuts through the azure waves. I'm not gonna read this out loud. It's gonna go too fast. Wait, I actually need to play, huh? In one way or another. Maybe? No? I guess not. I guess the story does not continue until we have more. Yeah, I tried to move the ship. But I guess to move the ship, we need the next part of the score. Ship the move. Oh, that's a pretty happy tune. I was feeling all warm and fuzzy inside. It seems this box still functions. Well now, are we not safe? Wait, so you weren't even sure if it would work or not? Not completely. One cannot judge a box by its cover. Do not conquer. Everyone gets the feeling that you are not talking about the box at all, but never mind that. What should we do now? The chaotic symphony must be here. If we can locate it, we can retrieve the souls that have been taken from the townsfolk. Then let's have a look around for starters. A reasonable judgment. If memory serves, this castle has a great many strange rooms. Perhaps they are worth investigating first. Also, the castle's central hall lays host to a mysterious stage, though no more plays shall ever be performed there. It was once an entrance to a place deeper underwater still, where the power of the symphony yet lingers. We must go and check for any further anomalies there. Deeper still. Indeed, I wonder what awaits us there. Hey, now's not the time to leave us hanging, Ossa. You are a surprisingly petty one. Still, before the riddle may be solved, we must first find the clues that await us in the castle. Come, let us away. The might of the ancient symphony. The enigmatic symphony seems to be from a now destroyed civilization. You can use its power to unleash 2 types of sound waves. Use the power of the symphony to resonate with entities that react to the power of music. Press to activate a pause sound wave and cause specific objects in the area to stop moving. Continuously hold to activate a play sound wave, which will cause specific objects in the area to start moving or reactivate entities affected by a pause sound wave. You get a time stop and move. Special music notes float above objects that can be influenced by the power of the symphony, and they resonate with specific sound waves. The notes above them will also change. Not all objects that can be influenced by music can resonate with different sound waves. Most of them can only interact with specific sound waves. And the Hall of the Sea King.
Just smile and nod along.
It's not the Hall of the Mountain King.
By heart, but even I don't.
Oh, and we can just use this now.
Not seriously.
Wow! That strange fish was so huge. Aha! We needed to stop that book. I ask of thee
You want
something.
to learn some Favonius
And we found a lost grimoire.
blade work? All right then, I'll teach you. Oh yes, I'll teach you all right.
Meow meow. Pet him. Okay then. Hey, hey, you're petting me way too much. Hey now, don't you take me for an ordinary cat. Oh, this is for a oculi. And I assume I wasted that book now. Okay, so I can make them move away and then stop them. Yeah. Okay. Not gonna pick up most of the treasure down here, I think. But just to make sure, we need a new book. Right? Yeah. Could have instead used it here. Mysterious grimoires. Grimoires that have left their bookshelves and appear out of nowhere in the castle due to the discordant melody's influence. Seize the opportunity and use the power of the symphony by pressing to unleash a pause. Yeah, I noticed. I didn't need a tutorial for that.
Aristocratic etiquette is all just for show. Just smile and nod along. I was forced to learn all of the rules by heart, but even I don't take them that seriously.
It's the strange shiny fish again. Feels like it's been following us from outside all this time. How weird. Paimon, have you witnessed so little of the world as to find such things strange? Are we not underwater? Is it not ordinary to see all manner of fish about? But this big guy looks anything but ordinary. And this voice, I've heard it before. Seriously? You mean from the dream you had before? This part of the sea outside is like the castle. It belongs to the past. It is something that should have been forgotten. If one ceaselessly calls out to a monster that has been blotted from memory, they might yet jump out and cause trouble. It is wise to be cautious. It is for the best if we simply treat it as an ordinary fish. You make everything sound so scary, Osse. Are you just trying to creep us out or something? I simply mean to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, our top priority is to retrieve the surface dweller's soul, no? It just so happens there is a blank score before us. We simply need to use the music box to tune the auto-harmonic reed pipes on either side, and we can obtain it. Give it a go. It's worth noting that this cat wanted to lead me the other way first, but... all I need to do is play music. I did. I have extracted a blank score. But the score is totally blank. It looks like we won't be able to play music with it either. What are we going to do with it then? If there's nothing there, that means that any melody can be written upon it. We will be able to make use of this. Will we now? Can I put this thing on there? Probably not. No, because this is not a gadget. This is a quest item. Stage of Faded Gold. There's quite a lot of teleport points for what seems like a decently small area. I mean, I'm not gonna complain if I need to teleport around here to get all those treasure chests I'm not picking up. Is this the stage you spoke of earlier, Osse? And are Paimon's eyes deceiving her, or is the mural on the top still moving? It's kinda spooky. That terrifying power couldn't be escaping from here, could it, Osse? Hey, Osse! Osse, are you spacing out? Meow? Ahem, my apologies, I was distracted for a moment. Did you once perform on this stage? Is that why you are feeling nostalgic or something like that? Did you play a cat? That seems unlikely. I might have, or I might not. It was all in the past either way, utterly irrelevant. What matters now is the scent of discord I smell in the air, as though some presence, one that makes me uneasy, once visited this place. I fear that specifics may only be ascertained once we have performed this score here. There's one here too? Paimon didn't notice. Well, you may have seen scores shaped like strings, but you have not seen those shaped like murals. One such is before you. Oh, so the pictures are moving because it's actually a score. Yes, did we not find a blank score before? It is time now to perform it. Please do the honors. So we needed to do that other thing first. Would you have told me to go look for that thing? Probably. But I don't mind if you do this once in a while. Already getting used to it, huh? Not only do we have the same hard skin, but in our veins flows the same divine essence. We share the same wisdom and melody, the same will. Oh, whoa! Someone's coming out of the mural. It has been too long, dear friend. How many years since that day? 500? Thousands? Plasterhead, even in this game. Still, time matters not to us at all. You may be in this small body now, but I recognize you in an instant. Well, have you tired of battle? Decided to take up rat catching as a new hobby. It's you. And what is he exactly? A monster? A ghost? Or could he be the real Dark Lord? Dark Lord? Ha! Barbarians remain barbarians. I see. Ignorant even of their own ignorance. Wait, you're just wearing a mask. Berthius of Remuria am I, foremost harmost of Phobos. You need not introduce yourself. I have no interest in the titles peddled by primitives. You know this rude fella, Osse? I do not deny it, but... Need you be so formal, Casiodor? Do our years of service under our Sebastos, our god king, matter so little to you? The past is past. I do not know how you, whose soul has long been shattered, have manifested, but it seems that the chaotic symphony is your doing and none other. Cease. Return the souls of those who live in the present, and go back to the shadow beneath the deep waters, to where you belong. This is my final warning to you. Oh, and what then? Will you continue wearing your mask of hypocrisy, traitor? Will you shut your eyes and ears for another millennium? But you have noticed, haven't you, why my melody would break its bonds at this time and affect the present? Why, my strength has given me the might to open the gate to the deep waters, allowing me to manifest. The power of the sea surges, Casiodor. The return of Phobos is imminent. Phobos. Yes, indeed. Over these thousands of years, I've already bound my soul to the shattered Phobos. The omniscient enigma, the great power, is about to finally descend once again. And is this not the wish that we once failed to accomplish? To repeat the past is to give the ancient tragedy an encore. Nor have I ever wanted to sacrifice innocent lives. Is that so? Well, not that it matters, Casiodor. The world you have defended is coming apart at the seams. The people of bygone times you see before you shall return to their rightful places. Fontaine's existence is a mistake. One we shall correct. When the oceans swallow it, Remuria shall rise above the sea once again, and its light shall shine over the land. Why does everyone want to drown Fontaine? Is this because of the primordial sea? Do even barbarians know of its existence nowadays? You are the mistaken one. We should have assimilated into this new nation thousands of years ago, but it was you who warped them into puppets of ancient hate. Whether that Phobos matter is true or false, as long as my will has not dissipated, your schemes will not succeed. Do you mean to say, then, that we should abandon our honor as Remurians and degenerate into mere base insects? Yes. How could I ever allow my kin to return to those bags of decaying flesh and become slaves to fate, Fortuna, once more? It seems that the millennia have not led you to accept Remuria's downfall. If anything, you have grown more obstinate still. Perhaps it is our stubbornness alone that we are quite similar. I thought that the long years would have rendered you willing to once more stand by our side. You betrayed the tribe that birthed you, and you betrayed Remuria. You may have become the Golden Hunter, but you cannot remove the brand of the Sebastos that marks you still. You will always be a Remurian. Remurians have long ceased to exist, save in your delusions. The world of old has passed away. Of course, or so it was meant to be, but now the border between past and present has faded. You insist on becoming the enemy of our ancient realm and sealing me once more in a cage buried beneath the waves. Then those Fontainians you wish to protect, yes, all of Petrichor, shall be buried as one. Huh? No way. We won't let that happen. That is not up to you, insolent savage. When the time comes, you lowly flesh will be rendered as dust, but your souls will join with ours and take the next step of evolution. We shall bestow upon you eternal, resilient bodies, that you may never again suffer mortal pain. Should you have words of gratitude, I will hear them. You've got to be kidding me. That's not something we'd be thankful for at all. Just like those puppets who danced as you performed, those pitiable slaves and servants, those poor children, everything was stripped from them, and you still speak with such conviction. All things have their price. Narrow personal opinions about refuse to be discarded by a higher class of beings such as I. Besides, as I see it, they are the ideal form of humanity, adhering unerringly to perfect order. You're absolutely nuts, and despicable too. Despicable? Ha! And what would you call that Casiodor did to us thousands of years ago then? By comparison, this is nothing. But patience. We should have a good long talk, but not here, no. We shall speak beneath the deep waters, in the deepest bowels of our ancient realm, where everything began. The realm awakens, Casiodor. You are the sole survivor of our fallen realm, the sole Remurian left with free will, and you have left us for far too long. You must return to us, and listen to the lamentation and anger of the long years. Perhaps then you shall be more receptive to my symphony and to the arrangement of Phobos. I will await you in the royal city of Remuria, in Domus Aurea, where the Sebastos plied his melody. I will, of course, extend the appropriate hospitality to those souls from the present before your arrival. Should you still remain resolute when the time comes, their souls will naturally receive their release. And as for you, You are not part of Phobos' plan, and yet the Great Symphony shall in no wise cast out an audience. Do enjoy the passing prelude I have prepared for you. If fortune proves favorable, we shall meet again. I see. That's what you mean.
Dissipate. Lightning purified. Strike is one.
Touche! Shudder! Crush! Shudder! More speed.
Our bond is strong.
Crush! Rack and ruin!
Oh, more.
I'll settle this. Right? What a nuisance.
Stop climbing, yai.
Here. Freeze to the core! Shudder!
Shatter they did. Well, that shut him up. What do we do now, though? If we want to save those souls of the townspeople, we are gonna have to head to that Domus area, or whatever that super rude, super arrogant guy talked about, right? As you might recall, we weren't invited. Since when have we ever needed invitations to crash some bad guy's party? Alright. From what he said, he seems to have known Osse for a long time. Said they worked for the Sebastos or whatever. We need to have a good talk before we go. Casiodor. If you have anything you'd like to ask me, this time I shall tell you all I know. Tell us about Remuria. That's where you and that rude fellow are both from, right, Osse? You've heard that name before. Seems to be an ancient nation. Very well. The story begins before the Court of Fontaine as you know it was born. The Sebastos, Ramos, founded a nation above the high sea that is Fontaine, and the ancestors of the present-day Fontanians named him the Dark Lord Ramos in their terror. Before it sank, this body of water was part of the Great Fontaine Lake, the location where the capital of Remuria was sited. As such, these waters have the same properties as those of Fontaine. Wait, so we are actually in the ruins of Remuria now? Indeed. But where the tale differs from commonly told history is, the people of Remuria were not ordinary humans like the Fontanians. Rather, they were a new race. Their bodies were cast of stone, with ichor for blood. The Sebastos gave us such bodies in the hope that we could escape our prisons of rotting flesh and fate. His great vision was that we should all grasp the power of the symphony and thereby escape the shackles of Fortuna, becoming the masters of our own destiny. So those stone statues we saw on the way here, those were your kin. Precisely so. I fear that they have long lost their free will, however, becoming mindless slaves, worse off by far than the humans of old, easily perishable though they are. Wait, in that case, why are you a cat? I am a cat for now, and one's will and soul are more important than one's body, are they not? Regardless, it was the Sebastos who gave me the new life. We once possessed all of the high sea, countless cities and palaces, flowers, flowing wine, and yet fate found us all the same. After returning from the deepest depths of the ocean, the Sebastos used Ica to create imperishable bodies for the people, and still, the prophesied future did not change. Our God King believed that it was because human souls could not escape the gravity of fate, and so he wrote the symphony, a music that could weave destiny. He believed that through this he had found a way to resist fate, but instead that path led us into utter darkness, step by step. And in the end, the entire kingdom sank beneath the waves, as though it had been smote by divine judgment. No. I fear that even he did not foresee such an outcome, though all the same that is what happened. Do you have anything you'd like to ask me? So tell us about your impudent friend. Right. And he called you Casiodor or something, right? But aren't you called Ura something? Just as I have traversed many bodies, I have heard many names. Of course, this is all thanks to the Sebastos, who separated my soul from the grand symphony. A convenient ability indeed. You weren't planning on puppeting one of us at some point, were you? Meow? Meow meow. Whoa! Who would have thought such a cute little cat would consider doing something so horrible? Hey, wait a sec. That means that you aren't even a cute kitty in the first place. Well, be that as it may, Li Huan. You are used to playing the courageous savior, are you not? I too played a role I know well, albeit in an unfamiliar form. But back to Berthius. He was not always evil. He was once a noble Harmost of Remuria, and the sole survivor following the great catastrophe that befell. The original purpose of the Golden Castellum was to unify our surviving kin and prevent the catastrophe of the rising waters from ever occurring again, but evidently Berthius had his own designs. While I and my companions ranged across the land, struggling mightily to contain the power of the primordial waters, he used his eloquent tongue to sway those who remained. He initiated a fell ritual that aimed to restore the shattered symphony and revive the ruined realm. To this extent, he did not hesitate to dissolve the will of our kin and plunder the souls of Fontanians everywhere. Many rulers and nobles became his pawns, and Polites newly born lay on the brink of destruction. To stop him, who had by now clearly become a monster, I could only forsake my name and become one who hunts phantoms, resisting him alongside the Fontanians. Bitter was the conflict before we were at last able to seal both him and the sea that had devoured our nation. And that is why he names you traitor. I followed the Sebastos precisely because he had shown me that golden dream. A land where prejudice and difference were no more. A land of justice and freedom. But that was what it had become after Remuria sank, no more than a dream. I would rather be called a traitor than let Berthius trample on our ideals. I swore upon fate that I would serve as the barrier between past and present. Thus did I become the spirit keeper of our ancient land. Yes, Mr. Impolite's a pretty stubborn guy, huh? Even after being beaten up and sealed, he's still looking to break out and cause trouble. I had thought that even if evil lingered in him, his soul had long been broken, and he would remain naught but discordant notes, a symphony plunged into strife. I never thought that he would weave his shattered self into the symphony and thus gain mastery over it. The discord and dissonance that now emanates from these waters can be regarded as an extension of his power. If we are to defeat him, I fear we must await the moment when all his soul and fragments have gathered around one body. Your answers are very long. Let's hear about the symphony in Phobos. Where should I even begin? The symphony is human memory and persona woven into a melody through musical notation, creating a song in which human souls can dwell and have their wishes fulfilled. A very talkative cat, yes. In that way, to master the symphony is to master fate. This is the secret that the great golden bee Sibylla, the prophet who survived the previous cycle, imparted. A bee? The Sebastos, who created the symphony, poured these melodies into the insoluble ichor in hopes that all might control their own fates through playing that music. He overestimated us, I feel, for his deeds terrified us. The people could not bear the burden of fate, and they begged their god and superiors for guidance. At the request of the people, the Sebastos wrote all melodies into the grandest of melodies. This new symphony would bring us all the greatest of happiness, and its name was Phobos. But it did not bring what was promised. Indeed, you saw how it all ended, didn't you? Had the Sebastos' plan worked, the symphony would have woven a melody of utmost gentleness for us all, an eternity that would last 1,000 years and beyond, but something went wrong. Besides the Sebastos himself, only said superiors, the Harmosts, could have changed Phobos' melody, and Berthius was once an excellent Harmost. That was a shorter answer. So about the dreamscape I saw. Tell of the strange dream you saw before. Ah yes, those were indeed the memories left by he whom I serve, the Sebastos, the god king Remus, though I do not understand how you were able to see them, Li Huan. But I do not think you need to worry. If this chaotic symphony was enough to control you, it would have done so long ago on the surface, but that has not happened, yes? Speaking of which, why isn't Este affected? Is he just especially gifted? I do have some idea, but it might be best to wait for the right time to speak of that. Oh, here we go again with the cliffhangers. Just don't forget to tell us, alright? In that case, and you can see these things, Li Huan, that means that some fragment of the Sebastos will and memory remains in this underwater symphony. Long millennia have I searched, and if you could touch some more of these memories, perhaps I may find the answers I have sought all this time. The great waves could not hurt a god, even should their crests scrape the very skies. And yet, the Sebastos disappeared without a trace when our nation fell into the depths. He would not have sat idly by as his nation and people drowned in blood. So where did he go? Or was his passing Remuria's true death knell? That's all for now. We can leave the rest for later. Very well. If there's anything else you wish to know, do not hesitate to ask me. Guess we are heading to Domus Aurea next. Hey, you remembered the name now. No more Dumus. So we can meet that rude guy, right? It's gonna be dangerous for sure, but I will continue to guide you. It is, after all, my homeland. Though it may have sunk to the bottom of the sea, I remember its paths still, even after all these millennia. Or so I believe. Just don't let us down when it counts. Should we encounter difficulties, you may count on me. Do not forget that I am far stronger than an ordinary cat. You know, every time Paimon remembers that you are actually an ancient person from thousands of years ago, it just feels wrong that we are calling you Osse. But your full name is way too long, so... Okay, let's just call you Monsieur Oz then. Do you think? Is it polite enough? That's very similar to a bird. A name to me is nothing more than a label. But as this represents your acknowledgement, Paimon, I will gladly accept it. Let's move out. It wouldn't be too bad to keep your rude friend waiting, but the townspeople can't wait that long. Prisoners in shackles. I guess this is probably a good time to stop. And continue another time. An unpredictable stage, with the story at least. I still want to look around a bit. After you load a blank score, you can activate a performance device to begin a glorious on-stage performance. As you are performing, the stage will fire off note bubbles of different types. If you can collect a certain number of note bubbles during this time, the performance will proceed normally. Use the power of the symphony by pressing to unleash a pause sound wave and cause the note bubbles to stop moving. All the better for you to collect them. While you are performing, you might encounter all sorts of unexpected situations. Find a way to conquer these challenges and complete your performance. Once the giant ship Fortuna in the mural reaches its destination, your performance will have reached its perfect conclusion. As the ship in the mural sails along, it will encounter storms during which you must collect note bubbles to deploy a shield and weather the lightning. If the ship is sunk before it can deploy a said shield, the performance will fail as well. During a storm, the stage will also be subject to unpredictable thunderstrikes. Find a way to avoid them and complete the performance.
Beg for mercy. More speed.
Oh, I needed to dodge. Whoa! Good music there. Odyssey on the wall. Much treasures all around. Looks like a new movement. Quick, put in the music box so we can give it a listen. Ah, and that unlocked that. Tubomirium. As at the beginning of an epic opera, the hero embarks on their journey. Guided by fate, the wandering king regained a nation and people, and wished to bring wisdom and wealth to this land of ignorance. Who are you, and why have you come hither to such a remote realm? Sailing a magnificent ship into our bay, covered in gold and brass. That which compels you must be divine fate. Oh, we have one of those. Harmos notes, the matter of paramount importance is to be able to properly distinguish the different categories of music so as not to misunderstandings caused by confusion regarding the meaning of words. There are 3 categories of music in this world. 1. The musica mundana, another the musica humana, and the third the musica instrumentalis. The musica mundana is the music of origin. It is the beginning and end of all music. From it does all spring, and to it shall all return. False and true celestial signs, namely the inner and outer lower and upper astrological signs. Ergetica will provide a detailed explanation of this section. The turning of the seasons and passing of time, defined elements. Everything in the universe operates according to the order of this music. Here, special attention should be paid to the connection between the musica mundana and fortuna. The latter includes the former, while the former does not equate to the latter. Any music with specifications similar to fortuna can be called musica mundana, for it itself would be equal to an entire world. Just as Casiodor taught you before, the fortuna we speak of here at the Sebastos have no letter is named for the former, while the former is the rules that govern all things, the fate of which slaves speak. Musica humana is the music of the world of mortals. The music of mortals and gods are no different from one another, and both can be classified in this category, for their essence is that of the harmony produced by the musica mundana, striking quality of the soul. Imagine a harp where every physical entity in the world corresponds to a single one of its fine strings. Magnificent music comes not from a single string, but the resonance of all strings. This is the music we call the musica mundana. As your fingers glide across the ends of the strings, the middle section will vibrate along with it, creating a sound most pleasing. However, you did not touch the middle of the strings at all, and the reason it sounds is simply because it is attached to. What I must emphasize to you is that, just as in the string metaphor, the music of mortals and gods can both be played, just like you can choose to play the middle of the strings and not the ends. And it is for this reason that the musica humana can replace the musica mundana. Musica humana can replace the musica mundana. We will discuss that in detail later. The musica instrumentalis is the most fundamental music, and there is no need to elaborate on it. Even slaves can understand. Next, I must elaborate for you to the nature of Phobos, and why the music class cannot be regardless as humans equal to us, based on mortality and rationality. I see. I do not see. Lots of music. Too much music. Okay. Here is an easy oculi that I don't want to pick up. As well as crab. Oh, barrel conches are hiding the symbols. That's not a way. But crab was needed. More things to not pick up. We may have been walking in there earlier. Book, I saw you. Are you still around? Aha. I mean, there was a bookshelf right at the start that we didn't get in yet. And this one closed back up, but that does not matter. Someone is angry. Why though?
No, I'm met right now. Right here. Right now. Shudder! Beg for mercy.
That one I can pick up. Because that one is locked by battle.
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
Chests locked by battle will relock when the enemies respawn, so no reason to keep them around. Ruggiero's notes 1. The Golden Hunter knows far more about Remuria than I expected. According to historical records, the Marchese hunters should have first become active a few decades after the fall of Remuria, at which point the concept of Lock Knights had completely died out in Fontaine. No matter the dramatic adaptation, none would put the Marchese hunters, Remuria, and Lock Knights together. For these concepts simply do not belong to the same era. Even a 5-year-old child would not commit such a grave error. Yet none of what he discussed seemed to have anything to do with the Golden Troop, but instead was, indeed, always was, about ancient Remuria. I have a theory that I dare not raise with him directly. Perhaps the Golden Hunter is not the devout orphan called and chosen by Egeria, but is in fact one of the last Remurian remnants. The only problem with this theory is that it cannot explain his immortality. I indirectly broached the issue of the Lock Knights with him. I couldn't discern his expression, but he seemed reluctant to discuss the topic. Quite surprising, after all. It is commonly said the first Marchese hunters to follow him were the heirs of the Lock Knights, such as Esther and Walter. Could it be that they were like him? No matter what, according to him, priority now is to stop awakening from the seals. As for these historical questions, they can be left for a later date. Seems like Esther might actually be more important. than he even himself thinks. Here is an orb challenge. Here is money. Here is a place where a book belongs, with enemies behind. We do not have one at the moment. So we're getting another chest.
Your grand finale! I condemn you!
What do we have here?
Things I wanted to avoid. Where's my cat? Oh, there's a book. Now it is mine. A damaged score. This seems like sheet music. Looks like they are... Time on. Slower, please. Oh, I'm checking the one down there while standing up here. Remarkable. That's a fight.
Right here. Emerge. Right now. Did what... Flags up! And leap!
Flood of frost. Shudder. Rack and ruin.
Dissipate! Out of my way! Emerge.
Yeah, eh? Stop climbing walls.
Beg for mercy. Eye for an eye.
Break a leg!
Did break a leg.
Fly. And leap. Anything the troop could use on our journey?
Someone's notes. Through these methods, the quality can be pierced, endowed, the form of its substance, similar to Rammus's ancient authority, stripped away, placed within. This way it is possible to recreate once more the perfect harmonious symphony that belonged only to humanity that played before the utter downfall. No more gods, only man can rule over man. Substance and property are not important. Quality is what determines the essence of things. The object that plays the music, it could be the strings of harp, a sword, or even, as long as it is an object bestowed with meaning, anything. This sword, forged from the bones of to honor the memory of the noble Urgetia, had Phobos collapse not cause her music to sink into the sea of pandemonium. We would have together. For a moment of madness, he betrayed us all. The false god's will was like a weed floating upon the water, unable to rival that of humans. But that matters not now. In the end, humans alone shall be saved, if only. The following lines have been brutally erased and cannot be read. Steel sword? Well, more like a rock sword. Oh, it's just a claymore billet. Really? Was this just for that? I mean, there's also 2 treasure chests in there. More books needed. So many floating books. And elevators. Ruggiero's notes too. Alas, we found no noteworthy Remurian treasures other than nothing but Mora a dozen ancient bric-a-brac from storehouses. What the Golden Hunter said was true, then the we initially sought has long since sunk to the bottom of the sea alongside Capitolium. Most of the relics here are from the Golden Troop, not. Regardless, we have not the time to retrieve the relics now. Our current priorities is to seal this place. I've marked the location of the relics on the map. Perhaps someday. Okay. So that was the sword we just picked up. Rock and roll sword. So many lizards. Are you saying the thing I need is in the box?
Anything the troop could use on our journey?
Don't think you were saying that. So this one is just for this one box? Seems like a waste. Uh. I would have imagined that was that, but maybe I'm wrong. Also, I guess let's actually jump. I guess it could be up there, huh? Missed my elevator. Missed my elevator! Gameplay! Gameplay is forsaking me. Please return. Please. Now no more mistakes, please. It's not much of a puzzle if the book is right before the door. But I guess it would also feel bad if you manage to get up here and then can't. Yeah, I'm picking these up because I don't want to climb back up.
Could use on our journey?
And there's actually that thing in there. A fragment of an ancient musical score. So it's a good thing I am too lazy to come back up here. We need one more though. Well, it wasn't a chest, so...
The troop appreciates any donation.
The worrisome thing is it could be in there. I have not seen another random book just floating about. cannot pet you anymore. Ah, yeah. Still feels weird. Why are you so persistent? What was that sound? So this was the one all the way on top. This was that. Yeah, this is missing still. And we need a book to get in there. Petting noises. Surely. Surely just petting noises. I mean, it's quite possible that there's more books where the story takes us. Because I can't see any... There's a chest over there too. Can't see any necessarily here around. Don't think I didn't see you. Still has to be more around, but this is the one we need right now.
No need to stand on ceremony.
Yep, here's the pages. Good then. Phew, guess the score's been pieced together. Restored score. The once-tethered score has been restored. Someone learned in music will surely be able to read the ancient melody contained within. Can you? This place looks like a library. Well, more of an archive, but your description isn't off either. Ancient theatrical scripts, music scores, all the stories of things that have and have not happened. All of them were penned down and stored here. Someone once believed that if all the possibilities in every story were exhausted, the secrets of fate would be unveiled. But the truth was not as complicated as he believed. Each person's fate is charted by their wishes. The possibilities are not so great in number in the first place. Perhaps he too understood that in the end. It's not you, huh? maybe we will meet someone who can do something about that. Or maybe we need to bring it to someone not in this place at all. That's also possible. But that's really it for today.
Ad Astra Abyss. Thank you for completing today.
Next time on Genshin Impact. We will do more of the Iridescent Arataki Rockin for Life Tour de Force of Awesomeness event. And if part 2 of that event also doesn't take much longer than part 1, we will continue with this story. That is the plan. Until then, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show. See you next time. Bye bye.